Is this live? Ah, yes, we're live. Okay. Okay. Right. Let's get things together. Rearrange the deck chairs a bit. Right, what do I need for the light? I have never worked on a light. Okay. Tri-screws and standard Phillips. Okay. Hey Jinxie. Hey Angela. Welcome both. So this one's a pretty chilled stream. I'm not doing too much in the way of repairs. This needs a small repair, but nothing crazy. Yeah, I'm just replacing digitizers and shells on these. I do have a PlayStation 3 to look at though, so I'll be getting to that after these. But yeah, there we go. Hello, RB King. How you doing? So, oh, that's a bit chewed up. Look at that. I think I have some spares. Hey, Fix It Phil. Welcome, welcome. So the real question is, which of these do I start on first? I'm thinking the Game Boy. And the reason I'm thinking the Game Boy is because I'm new retro repair. I do retro. And there's a rattle in this. I've worked on this before and there's a rattle in it. I don't know what it is. The only thing I can think is maybe a screw's come loose. Yeah, let's do the Game Boy. The start button apparently doesn't work too well as well, so I have the ultimate fix for that. I got some of this handy dandy liquid wire conductive paint for that, so that should do the job. So let's crack on. Let's bust this bad boy open. This one's had an LCD mod as well, so yeah. Right, I need tri-wings for this. So I know I have some tri-wing bits somewhere. Can't remember what size it needs. Maybe a 3. Let's find out. Yep. Yep, that's a 3. I think. Need to remagnetize this actually. It's a bit. Let's just do that. It's funny as well, when I over-magnetize screwdriver bits, I end up with loads of capacitor legs and other bits stuck to them from when I've been clipping caps. Yeah, it is weird. I think it's a screw. By the sound of it, I think that's a screw. I think a screw's come loose. So let's have a look. It also seems to be having a bit of trouble reading my game as well, I've noticed. It will read it, but it's a bit... Let's demo that super quick. If I pop that in... You see how we're getting... You see how we're getting this sort of garbled output? It's not reading it right. You have to reseat the game a bunch of times. So I'm gonna give that slot a scrub as well. And there we go. It's got it now. So yeah, that's loading. So yeah, I'll figure it out. Can't be anything too serious. Electrically, it's fine. So that's good. But yeah, I did a little bit of pre-prep before this stream, so, you know, I got batteries ready and other bits, replacement screens, so, you know, we got some digitizers to install. We got a brand new Nintendo Switch shell, and apparently I'm popping out springs, so hey. Let's just put that back where it belongs. There we go. Alright. Hello, Beeps73. Welcome to the stream. I don't believe I remember ever seeing you on before, so double extra special welcome if you are new. But yeah, this one's going to be a fairly chilled out stream up until I get to the PlayStation 3. That might be a bit less chill because It's a yellow light of death and we don't know what's wrong with it. I'm hoping it's just capacitors, because if it's the RSX I won't be able to do it on a live stream. My BGA station has a bit of a problem actually. The upper heating plate doesn't heat evenly, and what happens is parts of the chip will heat at different rates, and that means that the solder balls don't all melt at the same time. That, and I've managed to popcorn quite a few RSXs on some scrap boards that I received recently from a really nice chap actually. I had a PlayStation 3 recently up for sale. Hey Jaden. Recently up for sale on eBay, and somebody bought it, but somebody else contacted me and they said, "Oh, I recognise those capacitors," because I did a video. I did a stream where I installed them and then they went bang. But anyway, I got it working, listed it, and somebody reached out to me and said, "Yeah, I recognise that from a YouTube video." And I was like, "Yeah, that's me, you know." And anyway, we got talking, and long and short of it was, he was getting rid of a load of faulty PlayStation 3s he has. So I drove over to his house because he's quite local to me, this chap. Really nice fella. And he basically just gave me an absolute mountain of PlayStation 3s to look at. So yeah. So I'm hoping to... Hello Luke, by the way. Sorry, I just spotted your name there. But yeah, I'm hoping that we get an easy fix on the PlayStation. You never know. You never know. If it needs an RSX swap, which is very possible. This screw seems a bit stuck. Yeah, if it needs an RSX swap, I can't really do it on live stream. Because the other thing as well is, with PlayStation 3s, a lot of the boards will absorb a lot of moisture over time, and you never know how they've been stored. So sometimes they need a good long bake. This screw is really not wanting to come out. Yeah, the PlayStation fix kinda. Well, I did get it fixed in the end. You know, it works fully now. What the heck is going on with this? That's like really stuck in. Yeah. I don't want to force that either. Let's try a smaller bit. It's like that screw's been stripped a bit. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, there we go. That got it. Right. Yeah, you can see this has got its LCD mod installed. What is that rattling? Oh, it's the buttons. It's the buttons that are rattling. Yeah, the GB Color's a great little system. It was the first Game Boy I ever had. I loved it. Now, the thing with these cables is it can be quite awkward. I don't like removing them, so I'll be careful with it. Easy does it. There we go. So yeah, this is one of the mod screens that you can pick up. These are quite nice actually. I like these. But anyway, let's rip it apart. There we go. I don't know if you folks would like me to zoom in. Maybe I should. Yeah, let's get a bit of zoom in. There we go. Welcome, Glenn. Phil. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Game Boys, indeed, yeah. Newbie on duty. Yeah, hi newbie. Welcome. Yeah, I try to keep up on the chat. Sometimes when you got your head right in a repair or something like that, it can be kind of hard, but yeah, I try. The coder's a bit better at it than me. But that's because I'm pretty sure he has like 7 eyes. Hello, Dan Spam. So on the Fix-It menu tonight, Beeps, we've got a switch light, which yeah, you should be able to see that at the bottom right. We've got a switch. These two are actually both working as far as I know. They just need some simple digitizer swaps. So I've got some parts to swap out. You know, I've got this digitizer, replacement shell. Yeah. This Game Boy has trouble registering the start button, so we're going to see what we can do about that as well. We've gotten to the bottom of the rattling, that's the buttons. There's nothing actually loose in this Game Boy, it's just the sound of the buttons rattling. Now the start button requires quite a hard press, so that's the start side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to renew the contacts. So you see the little black pieces here, I'm going to put some carbon paint on there and that should sort it out. Welcome Normski. Good to see you over here. I realise you're probably watching Mr. Booter as well. I actually didn't really want to stream while he was streaming too, but you know, I haven't got that much time, so I do like Mr. Booter. He's a good guy. And any of you here who haven't watched Computer Booter, I do recommend subscribing. He's got some good stuff on his channel. Mostly live stream stuff because he live streams his sort of day job. But yeah, really good stuff. Check him out. Right, so what I'm gonna do. Actually, what I'm gonna do is shake this up because this stuff has a habit of settling. Oh, I'm getting carbon everywhere. Lovely. Is there anything I put in GBOG shell? I have a really nice shell, but the main board is corroded to hell. What do you mean? Is there anything I put in GBOG shell? I'm not sure what you mean, Phil. Yeah, I don't quite follow. Anywho, let's repaint this, because what I can do is, while this dries, I can clean up the contacts on the board as well. And I'm probably going to do a few layers of this carbon paint. This carbon paint's really handy stuff. It's handy for a lot of retro systems as well. Yeah, this carbon paint's really handy. A lot of really old computer systems like the Commodore 64s and so on, or at least I think the Commodore 64s do it, but a lot of them use carbon tracks on the keyboards, and the Atari Lynx notoriously uses carbon as well, which is no fun. But you know, by renewing the contacts on the bottom of these membranes, you can bring them back to life with just a little bit of this carbon paint, and that's it, you know, job's a good one. Yeah, it is the carbon paint I used on the Lynx. It's not really particularly great for the Lynx, but it's fine for this. So there we go. I've got a little bit too much on there, so I'm going to dab a bit of it off. It's more like an art channel right now, you know. Here's one I made earlier. This is an art attack. This is an art attack. Right, anyway. Me, I'm 35. I turned 35 last Monday, actually. So I was a 90s kid. I'm sure the art attack comments might have aged me a little bit. But whatever. I'm in that weird age where you're not young, but you're not old either. Let's get some of this carbon muck off my solder mat. Oh, it's really made a mess. Yeah. Youngster by some people's standards. He's still a kid. Still a kid. I'm probably halfway through my life with the way I live. Right. You know, inhaling lead. Inhaling lead, drinking more than's probably good for me, but you know. I like beer, what can I say? Nicotine. And I'm a software engineer, which is no good for stress, you know. Aging at twice the normal human rate, I think. So yeah, RB, the rattling, it's the buttons. You hear that? It's just the buttons. There's nothing loose in here. It's just your buttons rattling. So it's nothing, nothing serious. I'll still give this a clean while I'm at it though. So let's just clean up these contact pads a bit. Old enough to be your mother. Yeah. You're only as old as you feel. Age is a number. That's all it is. Age is a number and just, you know, a few more creaks in the morning when you get up. That's all it is. Right, that should be nice and clean now. Those contacts look fine as well. Okay. I feel 19 in the mo. I feel 6. What was my first console or computer? Well, I can tell you that. It was an Atari 2600 Junior, and it was given to me as a hand-me-down from my brother, because my brother's quite a bit older than me. And, yeah. He gave me his Atari 2600 Junior, and I believe the first ever video game I played might have been a Smurfs game on that said Atari 2600. And as it happens, I have one of those that was gifted to me by the very kind RB King. Near me somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I don't know, I might have put it somewhere else. I thought it was next to my desk. But yeah, Atari 2600 Junior, good little console. Not so much by today's standards, but still kind of cool for its time, you know. But yeah. So, where did I put, right, so those start button things, I'm going to leave this to dry. I'm going to do the same with the Game Boy. So what I'm going to do is just bundle it all up together and sit it to the side, and I'm going to start with one of the other consoles while that all dries out. And yeah, so let's get a bit of, I'm sure you're not that interested in just seeing a blue mat after all. There we go. So let's start on, should we do the Switch Lite or should we do the Switch? Which should we do? We're doing a full shell swap, digitizer, and yeah, that's it on that one. This one's just having a digitizer swap. Pick which one you want me to do. Amstrad CPC, cool. Lite, okay, we got one vote for Lite. Never heard of any of these. Oh, Jaden, you've never heard of a Right, hang on, let's see what people are saying. Right, okay, so Fix It Phil. Yours was an Atari 800 XL. Yeah, good system. Dan Spam, first console was a Grandstand Pong-like game. Oh, I remember those. They had the, you held the controller like that and they had the wheel on the side, right? And it was like a weird, it looked like a walkie-talkie handpiece, if I remember right. If you're talking about the kind of system I'm thinking of. Let's see what else was said. So, first handheld might have been the Grandstand Munchman. Oh, I'm not familiar with that one, which was a Pac-Man clone. Spent hours playing it. Cool. Angela, I upgraded mine from 16K to 48K with a chip I saved my pocket money for. Oh, that's quite cool, actually. It's from a different time, though, where you could actually do that. It's a shame we can't do that kind of thing now. Anyway, we've got one vote for Lite. VIC-20. I've heard of the VIC-20 Radio Cruncher, but I've never actually gotten my hands on one. So, not sure how they held up. First handheld was a Game Gear. That's a good choice, Andrew. That's a good choice. I like the Game Gears. I've actually got a whole ton of them I need to recap. I've taken all the old caps off, but not gotten around to recapping them. So let's go for the tri-wing bits. I think I probably need the 1.5. No, that's a bit small. Let's go for the 2.0. Yeah, I did the good RB King, a custom Game Gear in purple as well. It's really nice. So we're going with the Lite. I have never opened a Lite. I quite like the shell on this Pokemon shell. It's a nice Switch Lite, this. I imagine I've probably got to take the main board out to get to the digitizer, so that should be fun. I have a GG waiting to be looked at. Well, Phil, if you ever want a Game Gear looking at, you know, I'm pretty experienced with those. I've done tons of them. I can do those in my sleep. Right, so they're Philips heads. Okay. Leave that bit there. Philips head, there we go. Wayne's Noob Repairs, yep. He's a good bloke. He's a good bloke, is Wayne. I'll put that there. I'll do the same with this other USB one. Don't like to mix screws up if I can help it. I had a bit of a mishap with some screws the other day, and it's, oh god, it really annoyed me. I was streaming the other day a laptop, an Acer Predator, and I've got a bit of a story, a little bit of an update for those that were watching at the time. But that Acer Predator, I have successfully repaired it. It works now. And the problem with it was exactly what I sort of suspected it might be. It was actually the BIOS. That, and there was a capacitor missing. The BIOS was corrupt, and so was the VBIOS, which is the graphics chip BIOS. So I installed a external programmer to, you know, to program the chips. And yeah, I had fun times with it. So as I say, I've never opened one of these, so I presume that you just grip them like this and lift. No, that feels like I'm forcing it. Maybe it doesn't help that I'm wearing gloves. Let me get my plastic spudge tool. Where is that? Where is that? I know I have a plastic spudger somewhere. In fact, I was holding it earlier. Ah, there's one. Typically the main problem with Game Gears is caps, yeah. Yeah, more often than not, they kind of dry up and corrode and leak all over the board. They do a lot of corrosive damage though, so you have to clean that up as well. Ah, there we go. I'm guessing this is the classic plastic clips holding it together, eh? Definitely haven't missed any screws, have I? No, okay, I've not missed any screws. That's good. That's good. Sorry, I'll check the chat in a minute, folks. I'm just kind of, you know, making sure I don't do any damage to this little Switch Lite. It's a cute little Switch Lite. Let's not damage it. Oh, there we go. That's getting it. Oh man, yeah, the caps in Game Gears absolutely smell like fish. They smell weird. They do smell quite odd. triple checking I don't have any screws stuck. So we're nearly in, look. We're nearly in. Yeah, SMD Electrolytics Radio Cruncher for sure. They're just really bad quality capacitors that we use in the Game Gears. Pretty much all of them have just, you know, they dry out and they just go bad, and they dump the electrolyte all over the board and just, you know, cause a ton of collateral damage. If you're not careful with how you clean that up, you can imagine how that kind of damage can be, right? There we go. We're in. We are in. What a nice little board. I like that. Yeah, Jaden, do you know what? The classic switches, these ones, these are brilliant to work on. They're really, really easy to work on. They're easy to get open and they're easy to get into. And the problems that happen with them are pretty common as well, you know. So, yeah, they're not bad to work on. Okay, that was a pH0. I need smaller. Let's go smaller. Small. Let's go for a small bit. You spent most of this week changing them on 2 old Sony radios. Yeah, I bet that's a nightmare, because some of those old radios have tons of caps. Oh, actually, I'm just going to take 1 second to pause on this. I want to show you folks something cool. I'm going to show you a very interesting capacitor. This is a World War II US Signal Corps field phone. It belongs to my uncle. Yeah, this thing is the capacitors for it. Check it out. Check that out. How cool is that? Unfortunately, as you can see, the housing on this capacitor is rusted through, so I'm quite certain this capacitor's done for. Because this doesn't work. It doesn't really generate any power. I have done a bit of work on it. The springs here were completely corroded through. I've manufactured one, but I need to manufacture the other. I've got a video coming up on this thing, but if you're into your radio equipment, you might find these sort of things quite cool. And this is properly analog as well. You crank this to generate a current which gets sent down the line and makes the other handset that it connects to ring. Got 2 of these to look at. But as you can imagine, the rust did a number on it. Pretty cool as well, because it even comes with a wiring diagram. Anyway, that's a little, just a little side track right there. Okay, that bit's probably a bit too big as well. Let's try this bit. I don't want to chew up their threads on these screws. Too small. Ugh. I'm playing that guessing game. Let's try this one. Okay, that fits. Put those there. I think Express probably have replacement caps for that. Maybe. I think the caps for that thing are rated at 200 volts, but I have no idea what capacitance they're rated to, because they're not standard. Well, they are electrolytics as far as I'm aware, but they're not any kind of standard that I'm familiar with. But to be fair, they are 82 years old. So, you know. Yeah, I am looking forward to repairing that for my uncle. It's an interesting one. Oh, there's a screw in the middle like on the original Switch. Okay. But yeah, that is those old caps. They are Oh, thanks for subscribing, Radio Cruncher. Awesome. Ooh. Let's not force that, shall we not? Okay, where are the other screws holding this, or is this just a case of clipping it out, or are those screws holding it? I'm pretty sure that is for the PCB though, so... Oh, there's one there, okay. Yeah, you see, you don't often see this with all repairs for things like the switches, is just how much effort goes into actually getting into one. I mean, the original Switch... relatively easy to get into, but this is a slightly different kettle of fish. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that placement of thermal paste. It's all bunched up there. Like, how rubbish are Nintendo at that? Blooming spam bots. I didn't spot the spam bot, but nice one getting rid of it. Whoever did, probably RB King. Thank you very much. Taking over 82 years for them to arrive from AliExpress. Oh, if you're lucky. If you're lucky. It'll probably take till the heat death of the universe for new caps from AliExpress. Yeah, this Switch looks to be in pretty nice condition internally as well. Well, I assume these come apart like the... yeah, they do. Okay. So these come apart like the original ones. So just got to gently does it. Ease this out. Where can I find a new LCD display for this S10? What, Samsung Galaxy? Probably AliExpress if you want one affordably, but you'll be waiting a little while to receive it. But yeah, I'd suggest AliExpress, or you're probably going to pay another, like, 20 or 30 pounds, or like dollars more. Come on, stop clinging on by the adhesive. Don't make me heat you up. I'm going to heat you up. Welly that down to about 110 C, that's probably hot enough. Black dots or pink screen? Oh, you're talking about the screens they sell that have got screen burn. Yeah. I guess it depends on what you're willing to spend, right? There we go. Yeah, I tore it a little bit. It doesn't matter. It's only foam. Okay. I can't find under £200. £200 for a S10 screen? That's ridiculous. You could probably buy a second-hand S10 for less than that. There's my tweezers. Come on, Mr. Fan Connector, out you come. You can really see the difference. You can see how similar this is to the original Switch. You can sort of see that Nintendo lineage in it. It's sort of different at the same time. It's kind of cool. It's funny, when you've worked on a particular manufacturer's device a little bit, you start recognising the patterns like that their engineers took to do things. There we go. So that's a cart reader. And the audio jack. Similar design to the original Switch. Let's get a bit more zoom in. So, what have we got? So let's see, what fault does this Switch Lite have apart from Wayne repairing it? Wayne is perfectly fine at what he does. If I had to give him some constructive criticism though, I would say if he repaired it, he should have renewed this paste. But it's pretty minor. It looks like he did renew it, kind of, but that's definitely not quite enough thermal paste for a Switch. Yeah, still not bad. Still not bad. Can't criticise Wayne too much. God, this thing's got 1 billion screws in it. This is ridiculous. Just to get to the digitizer. Why? Why? Alright, let's... Oh, there's my spudger. It's right next to me. There we go. I do like how modular these are. $2 for a slab of plastic. Funnily enough, Luke, the laptop I repaired for a customer, I made a mistake with it and I put 2 screws in the wrong holes, and it created 2 little dimples, 2 little like raised spots on the very top, just because I put 2 wrong screws in the wrong place. And you know, I've probably spent 20-25 hours repairing that, and now it's like, right, now I need to replace the top cover for the customer, and that's not cheap. I actually ordered a replacement, and the eBay listing for it didn't have any images or anything, and I got the order wrong. I bought the wrong thing. I need to talk to him about that. And long story short, I bought the wrong part. And the part I need is £120. Well, I only quoted the guy £100 for the repair. And, well, yeah. I'm actually losing money on that repair, but no big. Sometimes mistakes happen like that. Makes me sad face. That's what I get. That is what I get. Yeah, I mean, it's not fair. It's not fair to expect the customer to deal with it. I mean, I did offer him the repair for free if he was willing to accept those dimples, but he doesn't want to accept them, which is completely fair enough, you know. That said, the repair itself was absolutely crazy. I basically ended up having to take the Acer installer for the BIOS, extract the BIOS from the exe file, and then I had to dig through that BIOS because it wasn't standard using a hex editor, find the correct offsets for the actual BIOS I needed to flash, extract it, and it was just insane. It was nuts. It took me ages to figure it out. I got there, you know, but it took me absolutely ages. And then the VBIOS, the graphic chip BIOS, 1070 card, that thing took an absolute age to find the exact right BIOS that was compatible with it, because the original BIOS was bricked. So you know, there was no way to get the original and replace it, and Acer don't provide it, so I ended up having to go on Tech Power Up, where people often dump their BIOS, their VBIOS files for their graphic cards, and finding one that was compatible, and that was a nightmare. Got there in the end, and then I had to figure out how the programmer worked as well. That was fun. Got there though. Alright, have a good night, Radio Cruncher. Sleep well. That's a bit smaller. Let's put that there. I assume these are the speakers. Do those lift off the board? Oh, I see, they're under the PCB. Okay, oh, that's awkward. That's what she said. Right. How do you remove these speakers without damaging the board? That is a question, isn't it? That is the question, the £1,000,000 question. Okay. I assume you point the board upwards, maybe? That board. There's a spring under that, I don't want that to fly off. There we go. Okay. Okay. There we go. Genuinely, this is much more awkward to get into and deal with than the fat switches. Similar, but more awkward. I prefer the fats. There we go. Okay. An awful lot of connectors in this thing. It's a separate board, okay. Now I'm going to assume that this is like the original switch, in that you have to heat from the top and remove the digitizer from the top, and then it will come off on the side, and then you should be able to pull it through, but that's what I would presume. You have a ThinkPad T4040S which has a supervisor password. It's an absolute pain. Well, you could try resetting the CMOS. That might get it. That might do the job. Pop the battery off the board, leave it for about 5 minutes, and see if that clears it. Might not though. If it doesn't, you just have to completely reflash the BIOS. Should be doable. Should be doable. Okay, so that's the battery connector. That's wedged in pretty good. Come on, up you come. Up you come. You can do it. There we go. Right, let's check the chat. So, where did I get my desk? Ah, interesting, but I didn't buy it like you might think. Originally, this desktop, you can see here, it was in the office I used to work at, and my boss asked me if I wanted it, so I said yeah. And I've had it ever since, and I've actually taken off the normal legs for it, and I've replaced it with two shelving units to hold it up, so that I've got somewhere to store stuff as well. So yeah, I really couldn't tell you, but if you want a desk similar to this, try Viking. Look at Viking, because I'm pretty sure that's where my boss used to source a lot of this stuff like that from. So you could probably find a similar desk on Viking. Come on. There we go. Yeah, Viking are pretty good if you want sort of office style furniture, and that's what this is. It's just a standard office desk, where it was before I started modifying it. Yeah, you can use a clip programmer, or you can desolder the chip. Luke, it's pretty easy. Both ways are fairly easy. You don't even need the battery connected to use the clip programmers, by the way. You can just clip them on, they should work fine. That's how I did it for the Predator. Actually, I desoldered one chip, but the other one, I used a clip clip header with my programmer. Okay, I'm actually getting somewhere now. I think I'm nearly in. I'm going to find out that this is completely unnecessary and that I can remove the original LCD much easier, aren't I? Why is that still so firmly attached? What am I missing? What am I missing? Nothing, apparently. Okay. Yep, you remove the batteries on the laptop, and that's pretty much all you need to do. And then you clip on the clip programmer. You might get a bad dump, but there's a way to get around that. You can reseat the clip a couple of times, dump the existing BIOS a couple of times, check the MD5 hash of the dumped BIOS, and if it matches, you know that you've got a good connection, even after reseating it. And there we go. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Okay. I think that's as apart as it needs to come. Because I think the trick to doing these digitizers is to heat round the edges of the digitizer to warm it up a bit and help dissolve the glue. Yeah, CH341. I've got a CH341B. Yeah, But yeah, you could do what Phil Bryden said, you know, you could just bit of 2x2 on top of something. You know, it's not that hard to build a desk like that. So before I go ham on this, how am I going to get that screen out? Because it looks a bit tricky to get at. Obviously the ribbon cables are at this side. Let me ponder and vape. But yeah, Luke, programmer-wise, all you need is one of these. If you're wondering, this little board here is a 1.8 volt adapter. I've also modded this one slightly. I've converted it. I've done a volt mod. If you take a look, I've set that up so that it always runs at 3 volts, so that the data lines are running at 3 volts. That way I don't accidentally kill a 3 volt chip with 5 volts. So do be aware of that. Do be aware of that. But yeah, and that's a little clip. That's what you clip onto the chips for programming. Yeah, you can get them real cheap. They're about £10 or something like that. They're not that expensive. I think I paid 20 quid for that, but I got it faster. And I got some extra attachments, which I'm glad I did, because that allowed me to do the graphic BIOS as well. Right, So here is the replacement digitizer. I think I'm going to have to run adhesive around the edges, some Tessa tape or something, by the look of it. And I assume that's a screen protector on both sides. I think I assume wrong though. I think it's just the one side. Yeah, just the one side. Okay. Yeah, about £11.90 is about right. Always have to desolder. You've just got to be careful in how you attach the thing. The what's it? The doohickey, dooblagen. You got to be careful how you attach it to the connectors. How am I going to get this off? Because obviously that comes out. But on the original switch, you've got 2 gaps, which make it quite easy. This one, there's not really anywhere for me to insert a tool. It's quite tight. I guess I could use my scalpel blade, but I don't like using metal on plastic. Because I could do that and then pry. I don't want to gouge plastic. It's tricky. This one's a bit tricky. Okay. How to do the voltage mod? It's just bridging the 3.3 volt output. You lift one of the pins. Check out Adamant IT. He's done a video on how to do it for the CH341. But yeah, it was just bridging 2 parts. It just needs 2 jumper wires. You got to lift a pin, solder it to the 3.3 volt rail of the board, and then you have to ground another pin, I think. But I forget exactly how I did it now. Even though it was only but a few weeks ago. Okay, anyway, I'm kind of dawdling here. Right, let's get on with this. So, maybe if I take the mid frame out, I can then lift the LCD out and then push the original digitizer out. That might be the safer way to do this, but it involves going a bit more in depth into it. I'm just trying to work out how this mid-frame works. There's a screw there, screw there. There's a screw there. For where the battery goes. I don't really want to remove everything though. You know what, RB King, I need to stop agreeing to do these for you. It's like a puzzle. It's like a jigsaw. Right. Okay. Alright, let's just go for it. Let's just go for it. So many damn screws on this thing. Good night, Phil Bryden. Have a good one. Oh, wait, there we go. Got it. Right. Put that there. Let's check the chat. So, I'm off to bed. Yeah. Give it a gander. Night Phil. Blah, 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 blah. Will the case flex and loosen the digitizer? I don't really want to flex something like these because they're quite delicate. You know, I don't want to go brutalizing it, especially because I don't want to bend. I don't really want to bend it. I've already had one mishap with a customer device recently. I don't want any more. Come on, out you come. Easy does it. Easy does it. There we go. Oh god, they use different screws everywhere as well. This is ridiculous. Yep, switch lights are not something I'll be doing again. I can tell you that. Original switches, sure, but not this. Bloody hell. We got another cable there. Good lord. Why so many cables, Nintendo? Why so many everything, Nintendo? I want Sega back. I want Sega back. I like Sega. Right, out you come, Mr. D-pad. There we go. Finally found a new LCD from Alibaba at £160. That's still a lot of money, isn't it, for a oldish phone now? There comes a point where you have to ask the question, is it actually worth repairing it? Or just buying new, right? That's a question I'd be asking right now. Screw. Missed one here as well. Missed one there. Okay, I guess this one needs to come off. I think. Yeah, it's like Jaden said. Are they more expensive in Italy, Sol? Is that the problem? I mean, I don't really know what the Italian used market's like. There we go, we got the mid-frame out. Yeah, and there's the LCD. Okay, this is going to be easier like this. Well, not easier, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Okay, now I've got to get this out without damaging anything. Oh boy. Concentrating here, just gone silent. Come on, there we go. There we go. Oh, yeah, that's coming now. Great. Let's get my plectrum. Your eyes? What do you mean by your eyes? Is it the reflection? Could be, right? Oh, come on. I thought this would be easier, but I'm not so sure it will be. Good Lord. I know how delicate LCDs are as well, so I don't want to put any pressure on it, you know? You can't put heat on it to loosen it. Like, what do you do, right? Come on. absolutely fiddly as heck. Yeah, well, I was thinking of using a heat gun on it. I'll probably have to use a heat gun on it anyway, you know. Yeah, that's how I do the Switch ones. The only thing is, using a heat gun on it, I've got nothing that's going to get between the gap to lift the digitizer out, right? So there we go. Don't listen to me. I listen to all my viewers, Jaden. Chill. Oh, so come on. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That's coming. That's coming loose. Stuck a bit firm at the end though. Oh, don't you stick back down, you git. A bit of IP might help, but the problem is, it's being an LCD, I don't know if this LCD is going to allow that IP into the sides. If it does, it will ruin the LCD, right? I mean, if I were to break this LCD, they're quite cheap anyway, as far as I'm aware, but I'd rather not break it. It is loosening, it's just, I've got to be super careful because I don't want to bend it too much. You can see it's so very close to being completely free. Let's try this piece again. There we go, I got it. Uh-oh. I think I goofed this. Oh no, that's a backlight. Okay. So that's the backlight. I've just separated the backlight. Just took the backlight off. No, I'm going to have to swap this screen. I think I buggered it. If you have a look at that. Yeah, that's got to go. Well, fuck it. At this point, I don't care about brutalizing it, that's gone. I'm gonna have to order another one. This is why I don't like working on shit like this. Sod it. Don't care. Come on. Out you come. Get back in, you hole, you. I'm going to be setting this one aside. Getting a new screen for it. Come on. Oh, I'll put you back later. Oh, for fucking hell's sake. Bits flying everywhere. Pardon my French. I'm just annoyed at that. That is hardcore stuck in as well. I'm going on it with heat. In a moment. I know, that's the thing. You make one false move of an LCD and bang, you know, crack. Crack, that's the problem. It's not that much of an issue. As I say, these screens are quite cheap. Still irritating it happened, but, you know, that's the risk with things like this. That is really securely attached. It's nothing like the original Switch. Look at that. Oh, that is so secure. Yeah, I think I'd rather stick to an iPhone than this. Hello, Jessica. Welcome aboard. If I push it through, it's going to bend the chassis. Whatever glue they've used is really, really tough. And it's glass. I don't want to shred up my hands. Not for the sake of this. Hammer. Well, you've missed me destroying this. I've destroyed a Switch Lite screen. I made one false move and that was it. It was game over. Like... There we go. Oh, look at that. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's not so bad. I can say I do not like these Switch Lites. No, hell no. Is this one unit? I'd have never got this out. I would have never got this out in one piece. Look at that. That's like welded on. That's not coming off. That digitizes. There's no way that would have come off. I can't. Look at that. Look at it. Like, I mean, I could get it off, right? Like the original LCD, but look at that. Look how much pressure I'd need. That would snap. Like, I'm just out of curiosity now. I'm going to see if I'm going to see if I could get it off. I mean, I've already cracked it. And heat would probably dry up the LCD anyway. This one's dead, so who cares? Yeah, not a chance. Not a chance. How do people how do people do it? Yeah, they're not glued together on the normal Switch. On the normal Switch, you just get your digitizer and just slide it in, right? You just put it on top of the original display. It's dead easy on the original Switch. No, that's one unit. That is one unit. Yeah, definitely not. That would not come apart. I feel a little less annoyed at myself now, to be honest. That was always going to happen, I think. Yeah, not to worry anyway. Let's gather things up together. You know, funnily enough, if I switch over to doing this actual full-bodied switch in a second, which I will, you'll see the difference in how much better it is. IPA works on the glue. Maybe? I guess it's worth a try. I mean, I'm gonna try it now. I mean, it's dead anyway. Well, you might be a pain in the ass sometimes, RB, but you know what? It's fine. Tell you what, there's a ton of IPA on that now, and that is not. IPA should damage the liquid crystals, to be fair, Jaden. Like, you know, you drown an LCD like this, right, and there's no moisture ingress protection around the edges there at all whatsoever. Like, separating these, I don't know. I don't think you could. Maybe you can do it. I'll have to check. I'll have to check out some other people's stuff. Because maybe you can do it, but maybe there's some kind of trick I'm not aware of. But, like, that was... well, it is coming a bit. But I think with the amount of bending I'm doing... I don't know. I wouldn't trust the LCD not to get IPA ingress and just mess it up. I mean, it is coming off, like. Yeah, it could be RB, could be, because like usually that would be why people replace something like this, right? Like you wouldn't normally replace a working LCD. Yeah, I mean, that's... So the answer is, yeah, you can get it off, but you're probably going to have to use a lot of IPA, and I don't think that these things are going to be all that resistant at the edges, around like the edges, because there's no... like on a laptop, say, or something like that, you'd have kind of like a layer of tape around the very edges of the screen, and that's usually to prevent any kind of moisture or liquid ingress. So there we go. Again, not the end of the world, but that's annoying. I can't really do that switch today though, because I gotta wait for a screen for it. Lesson learned, I suppose. Lesson learned. Because I wasn't going ham on it. These though, These are so much nicer to work on. Oh, hello, Switch. You're in a sorry state, aren't you? Anything in it? Nope. And no. Yeah, what the heck happened to this thing? Look at the state of that. Yeah, I know, it's real rough. And then you got the top. Oh, that's an easy fix with just the digitizer. This looks slightly bent. Look at that. That switch looks bent. I don't know. Does that look bent to people? Is that just me? Is that my eyes? Or does this look bent? What do you folks think? Does that look bent? I think it looks bent. I think it looks bent in the middle there. It looks like it's sort of on a curve like that. Oh yeah, that's definitely bent. Look at that. You can see it there. This switch is bent. Yeah. You can see the way the plastic housing's coming apart from it. That's bent. This has been bent. Does this work? Does this power on? Seems okay. I'm going to try it with a game. Just real quick. Right, that works. Yeah, somebody's bent this. Somebody's bent this switch. I can fix that because I have some spare mid frames and I do have brand new shells as well. Because if we have a look, that's a completely brand new shell. I had some complete scrap boards, so I've got the mid frames left over from that. So, the mid frame on this is not bent. It's a bit dusty, so I've got to dust it out. But we can use that to get it straight again. Yeah, this is really not good. Look at that. That's definitely bent. For sure, that's bent. It looks like somebody's had pressure like that on it, right? RB King. Seeing as though you're watching, do you want me to give it a new mid frame? Yeah, they'd never get 170 quid for this. This is in the right state. I assume you would like a new mid-frame. Well, not new. New old mid-frame. Let's do a full refurb. Let's fully refurb it then. Let's go for it. Let's do it. So what we'll do is we'll prep this mid-frame first. There we go. Yeah, I saw the price. To be honest, I wouldn't have paid any more than about £50 for this. Yeah, £160 original price. Look, you see that? £160. They probably paid next to nothing for it. They probably marked it up by like 5 times or something. You know what these places are like. Well, they've only marked it down because they couldn't shift it. The Joy-Con rails are quite worn on it as well. That thing looks like it's been abused. Not to worry, we'll have it looking like new. I can give it the full works. Alright, this should pop out now. There we go. Right. What I do love about these switches is they are a lot more modular. They're a lot more easy, like easier to work on, you know. Yeah, where'd that go? Ah, it doesn't matter. I can take the one off the other one. Not a problem. Right, so we only want the mid-frame, and that's because this mid-frame is not bent to all heck. But we do need to clean it up. Stu Unzi, hey brother of mine. Hello, brother. How's it going? Hope you're doing alright, lad. As you Northerners would say. Yeah, that poor switch is... That thing has been abused. That thing has been mashed. Knackered, eh? You bring me some beer? Yeah, state of this thing. Wreck rails. Bent. Definitely bent. Like, come on, focus. Focus camera, you can do it. I'll do it on this camera. Like, you can see the plastic housing coming away. The heatsink in there is damaged as well. This is not good. I could do with replacement screws as well. All the screws, they've all turned, they all look frightened. Nice. Nice, Luke. Bear with me a second. Right, folks, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short break. I don't get to talk to my missus too often, and she's just on her lunch break. So I'm going to take a break to chat to her. I'll put the intermission screen on. I will be back. But yeah, I'll probably take this apart while I'm chatting, and then I'll be back soon. So feel free to chat amongst yourselves or whatever else it is you'd like to do. And yeah, I'll be back probably in 15-20 minutes, something like that. But yeah, I shall be back soon. very long break. But I'm ready to do this. So let's get back to it. So what we want to do is prep this mid-frame, get the mid-frame mounted into the new shell. Might as well. Get the Joy-Con rails on it. I might use these Joy-Con rails because they do look nicer. And I just happen to have them, so why not? Let's see if I can get them cleaned off a bit. They're a bit mucky. Yeah, they'll clean up fine. The paint's not worn off these. On the original, that paint's all not so good. So let's sort that out. So, let's crack on. Let us crack on. Been a little while since I've done one of these refurbs. Rather than using the original bent plastics, let's use nice, fresh, not bent plastics. So I think this rail goes this side, like that. I think. Again, it's been a few whiles since I've done this. Which way around does the shell go? Golly gosh, gee whiz, Batman. Okay. I think it goes this way up. Yeah, the vent goes on top. So the vent lines up there. Okay, so that's right. Oopsie. Put that there. Yeah, okay, so that's the right way around. And if we look at this one, you can see the difference. You can definitely see it's not just my camera. If you look at that, you can see that this one I'm holding at the top is bent for sure. So, let's get on with it. So I'm fairly sure this Joy-Con rail goes here. Yeah, that looks right. I'm going to get new screws in this as well, because the old screws, they all look, as I like to call them, they look frightened. They basically lost the colour. That's just not going to focus, is it? Let's try there. No. Well, you can probably see that that top of that screw is not black, right? So let's sort that out. We'll move that there. I know I have replacement screws in a box somewhere nearby. Probably this box labelled switch parts. So let's have a look. What do we have? Parts. Those are screws, but not for the switch. Ah, there we go. Fresh set of screws. Okay. Alrighty. Hey, Dad. Doing alright, Dad? That name, man, every time that gets me. Okay, let's get this assembled. One down, many more to go. Hey Steve, welcome, welcome. Good to see you all. Good to see you all. This is pretty much building a Switch. It pretty much is. go. No. Right, that's one rail down. Let's grab another. Yep, that's pretty much mint condition. So make sure the connector's good. Is that good? No, that's not a good one. But the metal is. Maybe I could use the metal piece with the contact from the old one. That's a possibility, isn't it? That is a possibility. It could be something I do. But let me check my other box of switch parts. So what do we have? What do we have? We have me making random comments as I rummage through my mountains of rubbish. No, it's not really rubbish, but you know. Actually, I do want these grill pieces. We're going for a refurbishment, let's do it properly. Okay, I'm all out of Joy-Con rails, but look. Oh wait, am I? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I've got some Joy-Con rails on this one. That looks pretty good as well. Alright, we'll have that one. Yep. Okay. I'll just pop that there. I like your name, Dad will fix it on Phil's Discord. Dad will fix it or smash it up. Yeah, switches are not bad to work on. I like working on switches. The Nintendo Switch Lite, though, on the other hand, not so much. Like I just had RB King's one apart, and my God, there's a billion screws in the damn thing. So many screws compared to the original Switch. Look at them all. Like all of these screws. Well, you can't see them. Hang on, let me zoom out a touch. Yeah. All of those screws are from the Switch Lite. Crazy. I'm Dan, Dad. I'm Dan. Josh is Micromage. You're thinking of Micromage if you're thinking of Josh. And he's far more talented than me with these switches, that's for sure. Right, let's get this attached. Yeah, that's definitely a nicer looking rail. Next console I send will be that Atari 7800. Oh yeah, you want an RGB mod, don't you? That actually sounds like a pretty fun job, because I like working on the classic consoles. They're fun. They're fun. If you're asking me, Jaden, yeah, I've actually got a few spare Kerskas. I've got more than one. I've got like 3 of them. You're welcome to one of them. Note for you though, if you're using a KSGR, get yourself one of these. Get yourself one of these temperature calibrators for the tips and some sensors. They're dirt cheap, you can pick them up for a tenner, but the reason I say that is because you have to calibrate each tip. Once each tip's calibrated, you never have to worry about it again, but you do have to do it. It's not like a Hako FX951, you don't just plug and play necessarily. That's the only downside to them, but they're good irons. They are good irons. Okay, that dock's good. Check the other one. Dock's good. Great. Okay, right. Oh, interesting. Right, let's check on the chat in a second. And just what I'm doing right now is I want to take the power controllers off of this switch and put them into the new body there. So let's do that. Come on. Out you come. There we go. Get in there. They just insist on gluing everything, don't they? There we go. Nearly there. There we go. Okay. Bit of a mission, this. Alrighty, getting there. Wrong switch. There we go. I'll just remove this rubber membrane like so. Come on. You can do it. Damn it. It's snagged. It's snagged. Come on. There we go. Now we can move the buttons out. Just like that. There we go. This switch, it works. There's nothing wrong with the switch. Well, I say there's nothing wrong with the switch. Let's just, it's bent. So if you look at the top there, you can see the switch is bent. It's bulging out around where the heatsink is there. The bottom, you can kind of see the bend in it as well. The digitizer is in a fairly poor state as well, so we're swapping we're basically swapping the whole shell, including the digitizer, and we're popping the board into another switch shell basically. So that's what we're up to. But yeah, strictly speaking, there's actually nothing electrically wrong with this switch. Yeah, I'll still check the USB port because it looks like it's been treated quite poorly. I'll check to make sure the USB port's okay, but yeah. Yeah. Right, anyway, let's check on the chat. Hi Technic. Oh, is Technic in the chat? I didn't see Technic join. Welcome Technic if you're on. Okay. Better than waiting for China. Yep. Always better to get something fast and slow, isn't it? £50 per pair picking up next week. Said I can just take the Amstrad off our hands. Not got a clue about them, so probably give that to someone that knows what they're doing. Yeah, Amstrads are pretty cool. Never worked on one, but they are pretty cool. The CPCs look kind of cool. Not bad price. Only thing with OGs is the power brick. If it's missing, it's hard to buy one and make anything on top. Yeah, Jaden, in that case, your best bet is to just sell it without a power brick and just get what you can. I guess there's not much else you can do in that situation on something like that though, right? Now I have the fun task of manoeuvring in buttons. So what way up does that go? Let's have a look at this switch. Okay, I got it. It goes like that, I believe. Come on, you can do it. Maybe I should have put these in before sliding that in. Just pop that out. The only thing about these kind of jobs is they're really, really fiddly. Oh, come on. Damn button's flipping around. It's flipping. There we are, that's in. Ah, come on. Yeah, I don't normally like to do these kind of repairs, but no big. The switch isn't too bad, normally. Although this one is being a bit temperamental. Come on. Oh. Almost. Come on, get seated, will ya? Oh, nuts. Whatever. Because it's in the wrong way. Come on. There we go. There we go. Ah! I'll start yelling at pigeons in a minute. There we go. That's definitely in. I know it's kind of difficult to show what I'm really doing here, but like it's such a fiddly job. It's kind of tricky. Oh, come on. Come on. There we go. Right, sweet. Okay. Now we can get the board in. Like properly. Arg. It's not being very cooperative. Alright, there we are, that's where I want it, and then if I slide that there, and then if I take this, and this is just to get the buttons in. Absolute nightmare. Oh no, I'm going to sneeze. Ah. There's got to be a better way to do this. There's got to be. Come on. Come on. It just looks terrible. Yeah, I've got an OG Xbox I need to look at again. I did the port on it and it worked fine, and then I left it for a while, and now the HDMI output's finicky, so I think the solder joints went a bit funny. I'm going to take a look at it. Come on, seriously, what's... Oh, has that got it? I think that's got it. I think I actually did it. Hey, there we go. I finally managed to get that there. Now I've got to ease this board in. Yep, I have the same problem with calling him Dad too, but whatever. Don't matter. Come on, you absolute... Alright, maybe I'm... Okay. Maybe I'm going about this all wrong. Maybe I need to pull that out and clip it over this board first. Maybe that's what I should do. Like that. I mean, how long have I been fiddling with this? This is ridiculous. Should have taken me 5 minutes. I just keep popping them out. Come on. Haha. Okay. Just gonna kind of nudge it in slowly. No, that's not gonna do it. Okay. I've done this before and it wasn't this hard. I think what I'm going to have to do is take that apart again, remove the Joy-Con rails, pop off the shell and put it in first, and then... Ugh. Yeah, I'm going to... I'll have some nicotine. £30 on the lotto, that ain't bad, I'll be king, that ain't bad at all. Better than a kick in the teeth, innit? Okay. If anybody's ever done these buttons before, you'll know exactly why I'm getting annoyed with it. Hang on. Did that go that way? Maybe I was just putting it in the wrong way around. Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, okay, so that's, no, it's got to be this way around. Tenner on Thunderball, not too shabby. I suppose anybody know how Jason from Jason's Electronics Repair's doing, do they? I haven't heard from him in a while, I hope he's alright. I think I've nearly got this. It's just the power button's twisted a little bit in here. I've got to turn it. Oh, come on. Well, I got the membrane in properly now. But, yeah. You want nothing on hers. Oh, that's a shame. Well, I know Jason, he had some issues with the channel. I was just wondering if he'd managed to sort it out, but like I've not heard anything in a while, so I was just wondering if any viewers knew. Oh, come on. Working on switches just sort of makes me think of Jason. I'm going to pull that out again, and I'm going to see if I can just sort of convince this power button to align properly. It's not quite aligned. It's close. Yep, that's got it. Excellent, we've done it. Yeah, that feels good. Yep, we got nice tactile clicky buttons again. Hey! Right, let's secure this all in. Checked his channel a couple of months ago, no new content. Yeah, I guess he's not managed to sort his issues yet. Hope he does though. I remember seeing him fiddle around a lot with switches and the like. There we go. So that's the button in okay. Right. So I think the frame needs a oh, the screw stuck to the oh my god. The screw stuck to my screwdriver as well. They're stuck to the they're stuck to the speaker on the mid frame. There you go. Yeah, okay, so we got 4 screw holes in here. I think these ones are like tiny silver ones. I think. Let's find out. Yep, that's flush. Okay. What this does is just helps hold the mid-frame nice and flat. As we can see, that's pretty flat. Oh, right. Yeah, poor Jason. He's a really good bloke as well. That's a shame. I hope he makes a bounce back. I hope he does. I hope he makes a bounce back. right. I think that's right. It's pretty flush. Yeah, cool. Right. Righty, righty, righty. Okay. So we've got that. So the next thing to do, we need to pre-prep this frame for the LCD from the old one and the digitizer. So I'm going to need some double-sided Tessa tape for that, which I know I have somewhere. Somewhere. I'm scanning the horizon. I found it. Where are you? Found it. Found it. Hey, Micro Repairs Limited. Good to have you on board. Somebody want to squash that bot for me, please? Can I do that myself? I hate bots. Hate bots. I'm not actually signed into chat. I can see chat, but I'm not signed into it. Where's my scalpel? Where did I put my scalpel? I need my scalpel because I'm going to need to slice up this tape. Where is it? It'll turn out I'm sitting on it. There it is. Yeah, not too bad, Micro. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Let's get some fresh tape actually, because some of this is a bit. Some of it's seen better days. Alright. That's one bit done. Next bit. This tape is brilliant, by the way. It's really good stuff. It's good for phone screens too. Get a nice scalpel blade in and do the surgery. There we go. We're getting there. Just trying to work out where the digitizer lines up with on this. So let's have a look. Because if you put tape where the little, yeah, I thought that was how it goes. If you put tape over these holes, it's not the best thing to be doing, so don't do that. So what I'll do is go around them, go around the sides. Like that. Just like that. Oops. And then we'll pop a tiny bit on the edge as well. So let's just take a bit of this tape off on the edge of the desk. So I know you can't see what I'm doing, but it doesn't matter. Here's you will in a second. There we go. Kind of delicate doing this, you know. If you want to get proper full coverage of the display, it's kind of annoying, but you know, a bit of perseverance will get you there. The key is to just get it nice and flat. Then yeah, I quite like this method of just pressing it right into the frame as much as possible, like that. Getting it as flush as you can and then kind of trimming the excess with the scalpel blade. Particularly great tweezers actually. Let's try this bit. There we go. That should do the jobby. Beautiful. Sort of. There we go. Much better than it was. Just make sure that we don't have any tape overhanging the LCD is all. And then while we're at it, we can do that little spot there as well, because, you know, why not? That's my reasoning tonight, why not? Yeah, I know I haven't really, well, maybe some people watching might know, but I've been practicing with a BGA rework station, like an actual BGA machine, you know, IR BGA, and I popcorned a few dead PlayStation 3 RSX chips, and I was like, how do I stop this happening? How do I not popcorn them? And it turns out the biggest problem I was having, which I figured out last night, was my top heater doesn't actually heat in the middle, it only heats on the side. So the sides of the chips were getting hot and the middle wasn't. So by the time the middle was hot, the chip was basically popcorning because it had overheated, because it wasn't getting even heating. Really annoying. Like, really annoying. Right, great. So that's pre-prep now anyway. So this is now ready to receive the parts from the knackered switch. So let's do that, I think. Have I got everything? Not got the battery yet, but that's fine. We'll take that from the other. Let's just double check that we don't have any corrosion on these Joy-Cons I swapped in. That looks good. That looks good. Speaker wires look good. Yeah, okay, we're good. Good to go, so let's rock. So let's get this old battered, nasty switch ripped open, shall we? This thing is, ugh, this thing is bad. Let's put the old screws there. Anyone here really up on BGA? This has been opened before, actually. It's missing a screw right there. Huh. these tri-wings out. I wonder if this has been worked on before. I bet it has, you know. Oh yeah, the plastic oh god. Okay, so there's hair in it and the plastic tabs are all broken as well. Yeah, this thing's been through. I think it's got dog hair in it. Look at that. Yeah, okay, that's lovely. Oh, that's still my tri-wing bit, isn't it? These SD readers are really dumb design as well. They have just a little pad holding them in. It's stupid. Stupid. There's a lot of white crusty stuff on these screw heads as well, and there's a bit of rust on this shield. This has been worked on before. Interestingly, they didn't clear off the factory thermal paste either. And below that I can see there is replacement thermal paste. It's definitely been worked on. I mean, this one isn't, it's not broken, but clearly there's been repair work done on it before. Interesting. Is this broken? No. Quite a lot of hair in it though. There's hair all over this thing. Like, there's no way hair could get under this. Like, let's see if that's visible. You can probably see it on the fan. There's no way hair would get on these parts. This thing's been apart and then somebody's dog's been rolling on it. I'll have it up like new. I'll have it like new. These heat pipes look a bit corroded. Yeah, there's a bit of so you can tell That's not factory. And come on, focus camera. You can see these. Looks like heat damage. Anyway, let's disconnect the battery. Where's my spudger? Where's my spudger, people? Where did you hide it? Where did you hide it? There. Oh, it's all coming back to me now. I'm starting to remember how the switches all fit together. There we go. Anybody have any tips on removing these batteries? I always have a bit of a struggle with them. And obviously heat on a battery is not a good idea. I've usually just sort of put IPA under them, but I'm not sure that's really the best way to go about it. Open to suggestions. Open to all the suggestions. None at all. There's no activity in chat. Or my chat's broken. I don't know. Probably no activity. I'm not that interested. The only thing about doing this kind of thing is you end up with like a billion screws all around you. will inspect the USB port of this under the scope because the rest of this switch has been in a pretty bad state. Might as well check it while it's out. And if it needs doing, well, it can be done. If it doesn't need doing, we'll leave it alone. It's weird, you know, it looks like it's been in, somebody's been in it. There's definitely like signs of water there. There's definitely like dog hairs in it, and it's not got the stock thermal paste. But looking at the board, it doesn't look like there's any obvious evidence of it ever having any rework. It's kind of interesting. Even the port looks factory. Let's have a look at it. We might as well. Just a quick look over the board. Yeah, no flux on there. You usually see some signs of flux if somebody's been in there. You know, looking good. So that's all fine. I think that's a factory port. The joints at the back look like they are. Yeah. I mean, the board's working, so there's just dog hairs on it. Look at this. Another dog hair. Let's get rid of that. Any more dog hairs hiding on this board? Nope. Is the board bent? Nope. Good. Alright, lastly, let's just look in the port. Yeah, water indicator looks fine, so that's good too. You know. There's definitely been some ingress into the case, but yeah, it looks okay. I'm looking at this on my screen. I should be looking through the eyepieces, really. I've lost the board. Where's my board gone? There it is. Yeah, it's seen better days. Night, Micro. Yeah, there's a bit. There's a bit of surface corrosion on that port. The port's pins are fine, but these I think they are. Yeah, they all feel okay. It's a bit worn, but it's okay. If you're wondering why I sound funny, it's because my nose is mashed right into my optics. Yep, all good. Alright, let's start a transplanting. So it's usually best to put the screen in and the digitizer first before the board, so we've got to get that out. So what we've got to do is heat from the top Remove the old digitizer. We don't care about this one because it's a bit naff anyway. And then go from there. And usually I just pry them from here because it's just a convenient point for the spudger. Gonna get my nicotine in now because I don't want to get vape crap on the display. How many people are in chat anyway? Or how many people are watching the stream? I'm curious. Nice. Hello, Matt Burley. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Oh, that should be ready to go. Question is it? Where's my other? There we go. Here's my opener. 17, wow. Hello, Raj. Kaiser. Good to see you all. I think you're all names I don't recognise, so it's good to have new faces in the chat. Now this digitizer I don't care about, it's only the LCD I care about, so I can just zip this one out without too much of a worry. There we go. Let's get in there. Gently does it. Don't want to damage the LCD. There we go. So I'm just going to kind of leave that resting on it there. The idea is that keeping that digitizer over the LCD stops dust getting all over it, because they are kind of dust magnets. So what we're going to do now, do you work on I2C protocol? Not really. Why would I need that? Done some UART stuff, but not really I2C. There we go. No, I wonder if there's any companies that sell the adhesive for these. That'd be kind of cool. Like a proper templated adhesive for the Switch. That'd be nice. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. There we go. Yeah, RTC communication protocol. No, I don't work on it, but I'm aware of it. There we go. Yeah, it's a good idea to get a screen protector on it. Even if it's just a cheapo one. Right, there's a bit of paper there. Let's get that out. There we go, let's get this in. Come on, Mr. Ribbon Cable, you can do it. It's stuck to the... God damn it. Alright, easy does it. It decided it wanted to grab onto the adhesive. Yeah, well, you watch. This is a fiddly job. It's basically a refurb, but I've managed to stick the screen to that. I gotta be real gentle here. For the love of God, why did that have to happen? Oh, come on. I'm not having much luck with screens today. Easy does it. Easy does it. Let go, Tessa Tate. Let go. Okay, you know what? That is so grippy, I've got to get IPA on it, otherwise that's just not coming off. Done. Jeez Louise. Okay, let's just redo this this line here. If I can get it off. Come on. You want to come off, don't you, Mr. Tessatate? I stuck it on too well. Come on. There we are. There we are. Right, let's do that part again. Yeah. Okay. Where's my roller tape gone? There it is. Yeah, templated. It just makes sense because they do it for phones, you know. Okay. Much better. Okay. Stick that tape somewhere around it. I've already made a right mess of my work area. That's okay. Right. Take two. Right, there we go, that's in. The only problem is we've got a tiny bit of dust on that screen. I had a feeling that'd happen. It's really hard not to get dust on them. But unlike Game Gear LCDs, at least you can get the dust off without leaving tiny micro scratches everywhere. Good. We're nearly there. But you know what I've done? I've covered the light sensor with the tape. It's right here. I'm gonna have to lift that just for a second. I didn't realize, I forgot about the light sensor. I always forget about the light sensor. Yeah, you know what, Raj, you're probably right. I probably should have done it that way around, to be fair. It would have been better. Mistakes were made. Right, there we go. So that's revealing the light sensor hole now. That means that the sensor on the switch should now be able to read the light, so that's good. And we do have a tiny bit right here of the annoying backing for the tape, so let's take that off the board like that. There we go. That's it. That's the screen in, that's the digitizer in. There we go. Like new. So now I'll just rub it down a bit like this, and that's just to make sure that the adhesive's gripping it well. I'm going to leave the screen protector on for now. But so far so good. So this is already starting to look like a much nicer switch now. We've got the digitizer down. We're getting there. We're getting there. So the next thing we've got to do is we've got to transfer the battery to this thing. So where is the knackered one? Is this a knackered one? Yeah. So we've got to get the battery out. And transfer that too. So, yeah, this is the part that I always struggle with. I always sort of think, how do I get that out easily? And it really isn't that easy. I mean, I guess I could do it like I would do a MacBook battery and just sort of, you know, put like a piece of thread under it and like slice into the thread. Let's try that. Let's try a bit of thread and see if we can just cut the adhesive with a piece of thread. So, I need a piece of thread. Now I've got a sewing kit somewhere nearby. I think. Or so I thought. So I thought. Well, never mind then. I guess I'll have to resort to more traditional methods. IPA and spudger jobber. Yeah, maybe. Let's just see how firm it is anyway. It's probably quite firm. Yeah, that's pretty firm. Yep. Right, we'll give it a minute or two just to let that isopropyl alcohol break down the adhesive. Hot wire. Yeah, I could do that. Just tape one switch to the other. Run some wires from one to the other. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I like it. That's a good suggestion, Matt. I like it. Yeah. What do you think, Garbage? Shall we just hotwire it? Let's do it. Shenzhen special. Mate, my flat, my apartment looks like Shenzhen. It really does. Like, you might not believe it looking at this desk. This is actually my bedroom. Oh, yeah, you know what will work that I could use? Said I wanted thread. Well, guess what? I could just use jumper wire. Why didn't I just use yeah, it's insulated. If I can even get it under the battery, maybe not. Didn't seem like it. You're talking about hot wiring and maybe... Nah, that ain't gonna work. That is not gonna work. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. My brainwave was for nothing. Whatever tape Nintendo use, whatever adhesive they use on the bottom of these batteries is actually really good. Now we wait. Now we wait. Full of consoles and boxes everywhere. Well, your spare room was looking pretty smart when I last saw it, RB. It was looking pretty nice. I'm guessing you've filled it more. No, I'm not surprised. Ah, label clean. You know, I have something similar to that I could probably use. I've got, it's like Gooby Gone or Sticky Stuff Remover, something like that. That might work. But then again, isopropyl alcohol is just as good, I imagine, because it's still just a solvent at the end of the day. It just needs a bit of time to work on it, doesn't it? Still not there, though. I don't want to physically force it out because you can rupture lithium cells, and the last thing I want is an exploding battery in my hands. I've got these out before. I know I can do it. It's just, you know. Getting that IPA under it. Oh, you're in Hong Kong. Cool. I always wanted to visit Hong Kong. Assuming by HK you mean Hong Kong. I presume you do. Yeah, it looks like a really cool city. I was always really fascinated by Kowloon, actually. Kowloon Walled City as well. Was that Hong Kong? I think it was. Could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. This battery. Ah. Does not want to come out. Oh, you used to go to... Wow, that's awesome, Matt. That's awesome, Matt. It's one of those things that I've looked at pictures of, and I always thought that it just looked really fascinating, and the history behind it was really interesting as well. How it used to be this kind of in-between zone, this area that was kind of under nobody's control due to some strange treaty or some such. I forget the exact laws of it, but basically the police couldn't enter the area, so you ended up with this lawless zone with no, like, zoning laws, no, like, just no applicable laws that could apply to the people living there, so it just ended up in this really strange in-between state. Always fascinated me. Especially the way the buildings just sort of sprang up organically with this crazy sort of mishmash network of wiring and loads of random little businesses and dentists and things like that, like all operating from random, basically DIY built offices and so on, if you can call them offices. Probably not, but you know, I always wanted to see it, but like it was gone by the time I was old enough to even find out about it. Residents and postmen. Yeah, I heard there were a lot of I heard there was a lot of dentistry stuff in Kowloon Walled City. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious. How is COVID in Hong Kong? I heard Hong Kong was handling it a lot better than countries like the UK. Not that you could handle it much worse if you tried, but anyway. that's another discussion. But yeah, I'm curious. How is it over there for that? I mean, at this point, we're just having a conversation while I wait on that. So you know. Yeah, I imagine numbers are spiking because of the Omicron variant. I mean, it's been like that all over the world. It's kind of a hard one to control, isn't it? Right, let's see if we can... Let's see if this has got anything to give us now. Let's see if it will move a bit. Come on! Seriously? Oh no, are you in lockdown? I spent a bloody year in lockdown. Yeah, it's not any fun. Oh. Gathering only groups of 2 people. Yeah, we had similar rules in place a year or so ago. You know, when we got the first waves of it. Mile-long queue for mandatory testing, etc. No logic. Well, you'd think that if they've got mile-long queues for testing, that at least, I don't know. Well, you'd think they'd be giving people lateral flow tests or something, right? I mean, I know I've got some lateral flow tests, and they've all been made in China. I'd be surprised if you guys don't have them. Come on, jeez. This battery does not want to give. That is like properly stuck in. Maybe I can get it from this side if I'm careful. It's giving a little bit. That is giving. They don't trust the people to do them. Oh. It's funny, if they're provided, people use them. They did here. You know. I'm sort of getting somewhere with this, look. Sort of. I don't want to bend the battery either, you know. Hey, actually, there's a question as well. I got another question about Hong Kong for you. Not COVID related, but like, assuming no COVID, what's the gaming scene like there? Like, do you have many retro game stores or anything like that, or is that something you guys don't have? Just curious. Yeah, China government has a different mindset for sure. For sure. Yeah, almost there. Every government has a different mindset. Pretty sure the British government doesn't have a mind. It just has a clown in charge. But yeah, whatever. Maybe now I could get some of this jumper wire under it and then break the adhesive with that. Let's give that a go. Let's see. If I can hook this under. Come on. Like that. Oh, come on. If I can just get the wire under the battery there, I'll be able to slide like that and it'll pop right out. No name things, but not old Atari, etc. Oh, cool. I did hear about this. I heard there was kind of an underground scene of like old games and stuff in Hong Kong. I was always curious about that. I think that was similar in Brazil as well. I think the Brazilians had a lot of their own sort of underground homebrew consoles and stuff. I always thought that was cool. Right, if I can just get this under, I want to push it down. I want to push this wire down and sort of get it under the battery. If I can do that, I'm set. It's kind of why I wanted sewing thread. Sewing thread would have done a brilliant job of this because, well, it's more flexible. That's cool. It turns out that I think Nintendo actually used, I think they welded these batteries in, they didn't glue them in. Right. If we then... just trying to concentrate while I get this under there. I think I did it. Oh damn, that actually broke the wire. I think I can possibly get more isopropyl under this now. Let's just drown a load of it under there. I've absolutely flooded that with alcohol, so we'll just give it another minute. So much drama before your first coffee. Yeah, I suppose it must be morning there now, right? Because you must be ahead, I wonder how far ahead you are. You're probably ahead about 10 hours, would be a guess, because it's currently 2:24 AM here. 8 hours, okay. How's the future? I assume the world's still in one piece. Yeah, where are you from, Raj? Always like to know where my viewers are from. I mean, I can check it in YouTube Studio, but I'd rather hear it from people, you know. It's more fun hearing it from people. Good God, I did not think it would take this long just to get a battery out. Oh, I can hear it giving. It's coming. It's a-coming. Bingo! Oh yeah, look at all that adhesive on there. There's loads. We got it without bending the battery. Amazing. Essex, UK. Oh, okay. The only way is Essex. Let's see if we can get some of this nasty adhesive gunge off of here. Yay, nah, Woot's early 2000s, Matt. You're aging yourself now. Nah, Woot went out of fashion a couple of decades ago. I don't know what the kids say now, but not Woot. Oh, Woot. Takes me back. Been there since 07. Oh, you left around the time of the Great Recession. Good timing, I suppose. It's been rubbish here since. Alright. Even with liberal amounts of isopropyl, this old adhesive does not want to come off, so I'm just going to wipe it dry as much as I can. Hey, look at that. Look how sticky that still is. And that's after being drowned in isopropyl. Yeah, that feels a bit nasty. Yeah, you know, Max, I agree with you on that. I do. Because they could just as easily clip these in rather than glue them in, right? There's no reason not to. No reason not to at all. But maybe... No, that ain't gonna work. Guess we'll just scrape it off. And you know, the crazy thing is, this isn't even to, you know, all I want to do is move this to a different shell. That's all I want to do. I mean, it would be cheaper and more cost effective in this instance actually to just have a brand new battery installed It would have taken so much less time, right? But yeah, you're absolutely right. 700 cycles for a lithium battery. They should be easy to service. The one plus side, the one saving grace of the Nintendo Switch is it's relatively easy to open, at least. It's not insanely difficult to repair versus some consoles. Like, take the PlayStation 3, for example. That is difficult to repair if the RSX is dead, because, you know, you've got to BGA rework the thing. God damn it. A simple socket solution for the processors in those machines, though, would make it very easy for people to service and repair them, and would probably only add an extra couple of millimeters to the overall profile height and stuff like that on the board. It's crazy that companies don't do it for things like games consoles. I mean, I get it, in a mobile phone, a BGA makes sense. It saves space. It saves a lot of space. But, like, for something that can be a bit larger, there's no reason not to socket things, in my opinion. I mean, I'm sure there might be some engineers watching this, electrical engineers, who might have a different opinion, or be more informed than me, but yeah, I don't really see why absolutely everything needs to be a BGA. Or in this case, like, glued in with presumably the same glue they use to hold the wings on aircraft. Yeah, I haven't opened a PS5 yet. I own one, but, you know, it ain't broke, so I ain't gonna fix it. I'm gonna find my Gooby Gone. Maybe that would work better. I'll be back in a moment. Yeah, the PS5s are sort of unreliable. I've seen this myself. They're not the best. Okay, hopefully this helps. Dissolve it cleaning technology. Just give that a few seconds to work. Yeah, I'm really annoyed. Maxim, if you are who I think you are, I'm annoyed. Because the top heater in my BGA station does not heat evenly. So I can't put that on a PlayStation 3 or any board really and safely desolder because it's going to popcorn stuff. I've been practicing actually recently. I was lucky. And I'm only assuming you're who I think you are, but if you're not, well, I'm just rambling. But yeah, I've ended up popcorning some chips on scrap PlayStation 3s I've got knocking around. Although I did manage to get this RSX off okay. Sort of. I think I lost some pads. But I don't trust that. I thought you might be. But yeah, let me show you what happens. And this is with all kinds of reasonable profiles. and it is entirely down to the top heater and moisture in the boards, but I'm waiting on a replacement element now. Thanks for deleting the bot comment, whoever did that, by the way. Thanks Kylie. Here's a good example. Here's a good example. You see that popcorning? Look at that. Brutal. Oops. You see it on both sides as well. If I get it in the light just right. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, there we go. You can see how badly that popcorned. But I've got a stack of old PlayStation 3s I've basically just been using to dial in my profiles. Nah, Max, I won't be trying it on yours. Like, not until I'm absolutely comfortable. Well, I need to diagnose yours anyway. I'll probably do the diagnostics on this stream if I get time. The diagnostics are straightforward. It's the... depends what's wrong with it. If it's caps, I can do that no problem with no risk. I can delid the thing as well. I've got the equipment for that. Some DIY stuff. Such as this handy dandy tool. Ideal for delidding the cell, this one. And delidding the RSX is reasonably easy with a tool such as this. But yeah. Let's see if that's made any difference. Okay, that's coming off now. Sort of. Yeah, icky. Ceramic blade works good there. On the PlayStations or what I'm doing now? I mean, I've actually practiced delid and I've had no problems with it at all, you know. I've done, I've delided a few now. You know, I was able to delid this one without doing any damage to it, this cell. That bit there is just where I was scrubbing. Again, I was just practicing. This one's actually popcorned. Sad times. Dead anyway. Sleepers for the week, Max. Sleepers for the week. So, yeah, I'll probably sleep. You know, I'm kind of just burning time doing this. I don't really need to be removing it. I could just glue on top of it, you know, but whatever. I'm committed now. Crikey. Crikey. I mean, this stuff is coming off. It's just taking a bit of elbow grease. That's all. Oh, I think I'm starting to get carpal tunnel. Whatever adhesive they used on this, I want to know what it is, because this stuff would be brilliant for like holding things together. Like, you know, if you snap your car in half, use this stuff, and you'll be good as gold. Why am I cleaning so much when it has to go back? You know, I don't really know. I don't really know, guys. I'm just sort of doing it now. I guess at this point, you know, it's in for a penny, in for a pound, right? Dedication. Dedication to the cause. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. It's a-coming. That is a lot of adhesive on this. That's seriously a lot of adhesive. Look at it all. This battery better be in good condition internally, you know. Right, where's that stuff? Where's my Dissolve It? Bath hangers? Bath hangers? Nah, man, I think this adhesive's used to hold blades together. I really do. I think this is what they make like the Airbus A320 with. It's probably what they stick the wings on with. Bostic's got nothing on this. I guess the last thing I got to do with this one, I got to put a new. I'll put a new kickstand on it because the old one's scratched up as well. What else do I need to do to it? I don't know. Things. You know, the irony is I'm only going to stick it in with double-sided adhesive in the other one, so this is really a daft thing to do, but whatever. I fully acknowledge how stupid I'm being right now. It's dedication to the craft. That's what it is. Nearly done though. Nearly there. Seriously, it's like super... That's crazy. That is some crazy adhesive. It's no wonder I was struggling to get the battery off. Yeah, it is satisfying. It's weirdly satisfying. It really is. It's like ASMR, but without being weird. So very nearly got it too. Come on, come on, come on. Get off my gloves. Oh, I do like reballing by hand. That's quite fun. Well, I say fun. I'm not necessarily sure it's fun, but it's definitely rewarding when you get it done. And it's a good skill to have too, because there's not templates for every BGA chip out there, and the universal ones are kind of crappy. Although I do have some nice templates for the PlayStation 3 at least. You never reball by hand? Yeah, it's a good skill to have. It's just very time consuming, right? Like Phil does it a lot, the coder. Well, I say a lot. He does it when he needs to. Like he did a stream recently where he was saving data on a PlayStation for a customer, and he reballed the APU by hand, and that took him quite a long time. It must have took him about 3 or 4 hours to reball that chip. Good stream though. Look at that. That is almost mint. Yeah, it's not sticking to me anymore. Amazing. Look at that. No, I'm not a lefty. Well, I'm ambidextrous actually. I was born a lefty. But in school I was taught to use my right hand, so I'm kind of both. Like, if you ever watch me with the soldering iron, it's in the right hand. If you ever watching me with tweezers, you know, it's in the right hand, right? I can do left hand. Yeah, I'll pick up a screw. Done. Right. Let's do it. Now, I do have a nice roll of decent double-sided tape to use on this, like a thick double-sided tape, so I'm going to do that. So give me just a moment while I get that. As Northridge Fix would say, better than factory. No, I'd never sit there doing that though. Yeah, Alex is alright. He's alright. I've got mixed opinions on him, right? Like, I think he's a really good technician, and I think he does good work, and I watch a lot of his content. I think my biggest criticism would be that he's a bit, what's the word? He's a bit loose with customer data. In the sense that, you know, like, he'll sometimes leave people's addresses in plain view, that kind of thing, right? Like, that's probably my biggest criticism of Alex. But he seems like a good guy. Yeah, but I don't think he doxes on purpose, you know, I really don't. It's just, he does do it quite frequently. Well, actually, I say that. There have been some videos where he's sort of doxed on purpose, but, you know, whatevs. Look at that, we now have the battery as well. Hey, hey, we're getting there. We're getting there, folks. And that is probably quite solid. Oh yeah, that ain't going anywhere. Amazing. Okay. Let's do the old cleaning. Let's clean up this old thermal paste. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of true, Kaiser. It's kind of true. Like, customers may ask stupid questions and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to be talking shit on the guy, you know. I really don't, because he is a good technician. He's not to everyone's taste, but he is a good technician. we go. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Beautiful. Okay. Tell you what, the one thing I envy about Alex and Northridge Fix is he's got Big Boss to disassemble and reassemble his stuff. That's what I envy. There we go. That's got it. Hey, hey. We're most of the way there now, so let's start buttoning it up a bit. Yeah, hobby work and shop work are very different, to be fair. That is true. That is true. Because with shop work, you sat there all day. You really you've got to keep your throughput high as well to make sure that you've got constant income and revenue, right? Because that's the point. I'm like, even worse, if you're a shop doing stuff like what I'm doing now, just disassembly, reassembly, test, and all the rest of it, like, it takes a lot of time. It takes an awful lot of time, actually. It does make you appreciate, like, well, it just makes you appreciate, like, the amount of work that goes into it, to running a business even, right? You know, the amount of time that's spent accounting, the amount of time that's spent learning new techniques and stuff like that, the amount of time learning how to disassemble and reassemble a particular device without having to think about it anymore, you know, like, all kinds of crazy stuff you've got to really keep in the back of your mind at all times, right? It's definitely something where I see a business owner doing that, particularly small indie shops, you know. And yeah, I find it quite impressive. I find it quite impressive that people are doing that as their day jobs, day in, day out, dealing with customer inquiries, dealing with awkward customers, and all the rest of it, right? Particularly in a shop. Like, in a shop, it must be difficult if they get an awkward customer. Just because another guy said it's a fake LCD. You serious? What? So, it's a fake LCD. Look, it works, see? It's not fake, it's real. Oh, damn it, I'm a clown. I should have ran that under the board. I'm an absolute clown. Why did I pull that out? Oh, well. Under you go. Go on. Go over to your Joy-Con slot. There we go. That's what we want. Cool. Alrighty. Alrighty. Three hours to explain that the iPhone has a display message after replacement. What? Yeah, I guess there's some clowns out there, aren't there? There we go, that's installed better now. That's a much better fit. There we go. That's much more flush to the top. Excellent. Right. Fan. Fan. This one had hairs in it, didn't it? Let's clean these hairs off. There's a bit mucky in there too. Where's my brush? Where's my brush? Let's clean that out a bit. Time, money, stress, years off your life. All of those things, all of the above, right? All of the above. Mega CD BIOS mod. I'm not sure I have the equipment for that. I have a BIOS chip reader, but it's really for modern BIOSes. I'd need a special... Unless you're talking about just installing a pre-flash chip, I could do that. I could do that. I mean, yeah, I'm up for it. I'm up for it. It's not a handheld, so I'm definitely up for it. And I do love me some Sega. So, Kaiser, I presume you work as a repair shop. So, like, what kind of repair do you do? Is it like general repair, like laptops, mobile phones, that kind of thing? Games consoles, like what's your thing? Oh, come on, screw. Come on. There we go. Switch Lite. Yeah, I was looking at one of those earlier, Toltec. I ended up, like, the screen was basically welded to the digitizer, so I ended up breaking it, trying to get it out. That wasn't fun. I can understand you fighting with it. It was a nightmare to get inside. Mostly recovering dead phones for data. Oh, okay, so largely data recovery then. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense, because if people don't have their phones synchronizing data to the cloud, you know, to remote servers, things like photographs, that kind of thing, they're probably, yeah, I can imagine people want to try and get that back, right? Yeah, that's good enough. Liquid damage, just found a shorted cap. Oh, is that all it was? That's quite... Yeah, normally you'd find, like, random chips dying, wouldn't you? Cool. Always sucks when you have to start swapping out chips, because things have gone sideways. shiny silver screw for this one. Where's my driver? There it is. Only 2 hours a day because it takes time to open and reassemble. Yeah. Yeah, you know what, Matt? I can understand that because I have heard that a lot of like Southeast Asian countries have like very small rental properties, and actually one of my colleagues who I've not spoken to for a while, but lovely guy. Tak Him Lo, he's from Hong Kong. He's a Hong Konger living in Britain now, and he was telling me that like rental properties and stuff like that are absolutely tiny in Hong Kong. Oh, you're quite welcome, Matt. You're welcome on my streams anytime. Anytime. 700 square feet, 11 people. Oh, yeah, that's crowded. That's definitely crowded. Oh, you know what? It's, just realised that wire there shouldn't be up like that. Yeah, that's better. You can be creative with space if you want to make space though, but you do have to think vertically. Stack things, you know. But I guess if you've got very limited space, it doesn't really help much. Not the best advice in the world, stack things, is it? Come on now, come on, there we go. Looking at the stairwell. Dang. Yeah, that's not the best place because you get disturbed by people and there'd be airflow as well from people passing by. Yeah, it wouldn't be great. There we go. Ribbon in. Not a huge fan of ribbon connectors. Do. Get that into better view. Oh, I'm really dawdling with this today. I'm going so slow with it. I'm normally not this slow. There we go, that's a Joy-Con rail in. Oh, smash that bot. Laser soldering, which saves loads of time and laser soldering? You what? Lasers? I mean, sign me up for some of that. I don't know what I don't really know what laser soldering is, but if it's got lasers, it's got to be cool. So yeah, sign me up for some of that. You see, I love doing actual electronics repair, right? It's one of my favourite things to do in my downtime. Like, I love it. I really do. Like, doing what I'm doing now, like reassembling things and whatever, like, that's kind of a necessary evil for me. In general. Actually, I'm more likely to mess up reassembling something than I am actually repairing it these days. Come on, get, come on. Yeah, there we go. In you go. Yes, how that it. There we go. Oh, you're talking about one of those laser-guided BGA machines that have the, like, automated zzz, and then they suck the chip up and pull it up. Are you talking about those things? Because those things look cool. You know what? I'm doing this under the microscope. I'm doing it under the microscope. It's going to be easier. Zzz. There we are. This is a very delicate socket, I know that. I I probably should have connected this first before putting the cartridge slot on top. I haven't done a switch in a little while, so... You know what, Kaiser? I just glanced over at the monitor and saw what you were saying now. I've still got my head in this, but like, if you want to link that, I'd definitely take a look. Because I'm very curious. That sounds really cool. I mean, I wouldn't be getting it because I won't have space for it, but I'm interested to learn about it. This feels like a pin's come loose. You see how this is pivoting? Like that. That's normally what happens when a pin under this connector comes loose. Bear with me a second. Okay, I'll check that out. Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah, thanks, Kaiser. Oh, I see. Okay. Black chips only. Right. Okay. So I'm guessing a shiny die would confuse it because of the reflections. That makes sense. I need to be able to feel this. That's what I need. What you linking there, RB? Oh, okay. Cool. I'll check it out. Please don't tell me one of the pins is gone in this bloody socket, because if it has, that is going to really annoy me. Yeah, look at that. Do you see how that pivots? I think a pin's gone. Oh, man. I've had this happen before. Well, when you start seeing it pivot like that, it means one of the pins is damaged. I don't really want to take it all apart either, but it shouldn't do that. It should go all the way in. Let's see if we can see into the socket without disassembling the entire thing to look into it. You never know, we might be able to see something. Yep. See those 3 pins? Might be able to do something about that though. Let's see. Come on. I bloody knew it. I knew it. Yeah, the rest of the pins are good, it's just these ones have popped out. Is that my power supply? What? This? That's a power supply, yeah, that's a hot air station. Soldering iron. I've got an oscilloscope above. Multimeters off to the side. You can probably see the multimeter display at the top left as well. I'm not actually using it right now, obviously. But yeah, I'm kitted out. I've got all the equipment that's needed. I'm going to try to seat that cable again. I'm going to see if it will go in without getting stuck. I don't have high hopes. I'm probably going to have to replace this damn connector. I hate replacing these. Easy enough to do, but still, I'd rather not. Multimeter in a dream. I think that's got it. I think we're okay. I think we're in the clear. 5-digit power supply detects small leakage. Yeah. I mean, I've just got a very basic power supply. It does the job. I've got it more just for power and stuff on the bench, things like that. Voltage injection, simple stuff. But yeah, if you're doing leakage stuff, yeah, you probably want something a bit more precise. I mean, to be completely fair, I will highlight I am not in any way an electrical engineer. I know basics, right? I can get by. I'm hoping that what I just did is enough for us to get display. I'm hoping I don't have to replace that whole thing, because the little pins inside that socket are not good. So I mean, if I have to replace it, I have to replace it, right? We'll see. We'll see. If I do have to replace it, you get to see me using hot air. Well, hey. pretty much together enough to test now as well. I'll attach everything though because I'm already there at this point. No, I think that socket's gone. I think I'm going to have to replace the damned socket. I saw the backlight come on. Yeah, the backlight's on, but yeah. Okay. Oh, great. Great. Fine. Where's my donut boards? Looks like I do have a spare socket. Let's just check that this one's actually good. Looks to be a bit fluxy, but it looks okay. Couple of things need to happen with this one then, because this has got an awful lot of flux on this socket, and I want this socket. I'm going to clean it very gently with a brush and take this off as a donor part. Okay. Good night, Raj. Are you talking to me, Toltec Knight? No, I know what's gone wrong with the switch I've just been reassembling. It's just damaged pins in the port. It has power. The switch itself is fine. You know, I just had to I had to liberate that. Bear with me, I'm just readjusting my setup because I was showing you guys how I desolder those. Right, let's get some more nicotine. I'm old school, so mostly diagnosed with power supply. Welcome back, RB. I got a bit of bad news. It's not terrible news, but I actually have to do some soldering on your Switch. This LCD connector, the one that's notoriously known for being a bit weak, some of the pins have given out in it, so I'm going to have to swap the connector. So I'm going to do that in a second. It's all fun and games. I will not, however, use that tip to do it. I will instead use a much more sensible tip. I shall use a BC1 or 2. 2's a bit big. There's 1. There we go. You know, I hate that when you get a Switch together and then you got to take it apart because of something stupid like a connector. It's just my luck. Just my luck. An easy enough fix, though. It's just annoying I have to take it all apart. Yeah, they really do, RB. Like, this connector, never had a problem with that one. Never really had a problem with any other connector on a Switch, but this particular one, I've had loads of problems with those. They're really delicate. You have to be so bloody gentle with them. Right. The annoying thing is we were on the bloody home stretch. We really were. We're like nearly done, and then that. Classic. Just my luck. Really is. Absolutely my luck. Oh well, these things happen. It's not catastrophic. I've got donor ports, so hey ho, we're all right. You know how I know I'm old? Because you know how old you are? How do you know you're old? How do you know you're old? Yeah, that'll do that. That will do that. Oh, crikey, it's nearly 4 in the morning and all. Jeez. I don't think I will be getting around to that PS3 tonight. All my time on this. Hours on it. hours. It's just as well I'm not working in a repair shop. Yeah, it wouldn't be worth the time. There we go. Getting there. Getting there. Yeah, I mean, handhelds, like I say, Switch is probably... I'm alright with Switches, these sort. I decided today I don't like the lights. I mean, I'll do it, obviously, but, like, you know, I've decided, nah, not for me in general. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So let's take the eMMC module out real quick. You don't want to get excess heat on that. And get this old one off. Let's get that in focus. Let's get that in focus. How are we looking there? Oh, thanks, RB. Thanks a lot. Much appreciated. I just saw your super chat. I mean, yeah, I guess I should set something up on the channel in general, but I saw it and, you know, I recognise it. But yeah, I guess if you mean like a screen pop, yeah, I probably should do something about that. Right. Right. I'm steeling myself to take this off. You know, I might just do this. I might just come up from under it. Yeah, I'm not going to come from above because I'm more likely to melt connectors. Let's not do that. Instead, I could do with a slightly longer hot air tube for when I do this, to be fair, but I don't do this very often. Smells like curry. Smells like, it really smells like a curry. Smells like a chicken jalfrezi of all things. Weird. I think I'm having a stroke. Maybe it was dipped in, yeah. The Colonel's own secret recipe, probably. There we go. Come on. Up you come. There we are. There we are. Right, let's get that under the scope and let's clean it up, shall we? yeah. Mixing leaded with the unleaded. There we go. Now I need my wick. Let's grab some of the wick. Mr. Wick. This desk is a tip. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on. There we go. That match bubbled up a bit because the board's a bit warm. Let's just mount it super quick. Yeah, should do the job. What game was it I was looking for? I think I did, but I can't remember. I can't remember what the game was. I think I did. Did I? Or didn't I? I can't remember. I actually can't remember. I'm actually not sure I did now that I think about it. Yeah, not sure I did. Yep. Right now, standard procedure, going to come in with the leaded and tin up all these pads. Or I would if the solder would take. There we go. That's weird. It's like two of these pads don't want a tin. Look at that. You see that? That's weird. I've never seen that before. Don't think it was Animal Crossing because she bought that for herself ages ago. Can't remember what it was. Can't remember what it was. get some of this flux off the board. Yeah, I can't remember what it was now. No idea. You can see we've got 2 of these pads that just don't want to tin, so I'm going to give this another go. Okay, that's got it. There we go. Excellent. "80 Switch games, you maniac. Absolute maniac." I've got 1. And that's for testing with. Tell you what though, that sounds like a pretty decent collection, not gonna lie. Right, that should do. So now let's get that soldered back in. Shovelware, yeah, well that's a Switch all over, isn't it? There's tons of shovelware on the Switch. All Nintendo consoles have a ton of shovelware, don't they? Right, let's do this. Yeah, I've heard the N64 ports have been pretty terrible, actually. Apparently it's because they're using like some really rubbish emulator that they've written. I think Modern Vintage Gamer did a video on that. Alright, let's stupid solder mat bubbling up. Right, let's readjust my camera rig because this is crazy. Oh, everything's gone weird. My camera's wobbling off to the side now. Hang on. That might help. Yeah, that's better. Alright, let's see if I did this right. It's kind of hard to tell without a microscope. I was kind of doing it just by eyeballs. Eyeballs and hot air. Let's look at it under the scope. Oh, that camera's way too low. There we go. Right, let's look under the old scope. Under the old scopey. You know what, that don't look bad. That don't look bad. That looks perfectly fine to me. Yep, our donor connector is on the board and it looks fine. Yep, that's good. Nicely done, I think. Now I'm streaming at 1080, so yeah, you gotta, if you're streaming on a phone, you definitely gotta bump it up a bit if you want the better quality. Android YouTube is a bit suboptimal, honestly. It's not the best. It's not the best. Now, where is my brush? Where's my brush? Where's my brush, RB King? Where is it? What did I do with it? Let's get it. Oh, there it is. I see it. I see it. It's hiding from me. Nice. As you can see, I've got your donor connector on the board. honestly, that don't feel like it really wants to give. Will it give? It's a bit stiff. There we go. That's fine. Probably because of flux. Yeah, it is bad actually. Breath of the Wild's a genuinely good game. People think it's a kid's game, and it looks like a kid's game, but it genuinely is a lot of fun. So I'm gonna say it's kind of bad. Kind of bad. Yeah, look at this. That's a clean. That was a clean swap. It was about as smooth as that can go. See, soldering I'm fine at. Absolutely hate these connectors, I really do. Yeah, the board is actually in decent condition, you know, it really is. Apart from that connector, and that was probably me reconnecting the cable in. It's so easy to damage them. It really is, it's unbelievable. But yeah, the board itself seems tip-top, you know. No complaints for the board. Let's just have a look at this side, because I did blast it with quite a lot of hot air in this region. I just want to make sure I didn't blow anything off. Don't look like I did. All good. Surface tension held everything in place. Great. Stupid soldering mat. Have you got air under you? There we go. I'm going to go over that with a cotton swab as well. I don't like leaving flux on boards. Yeah, it is a shame it's a patch one, but hey, you know. You want an unpatched board, you've... Oh, I got some. Yeah, everyone and their dog works on switches. There are various states of reassembly and repair. Like some of them work, some of them have got dodgy cart readers, some of them have got working cart readers but won't read games. So like, there's just I've got to look at them. I've just not gotten round to it. But yeah, you're right. I should get around to it really. Okay, let's go for round 2, shall we? Let's go back to the camera. Just humming to myself. Humming to myself. Because I've gone absolutely mad. And it's like 4 in the morning. Humming to myself. By the way, if the music I've got playing is getting too repetitive or annoying, let me know, because I know that must have been running for ages now, and it might be annoying people. It's quite relaxing music, isn't it? I kind of forget that's running, right? I don't know, recently, I've been getting a bit knackered, actually. You're not wrong, though. Semi-normal. How many viewers we got, RB? How many viewers do we have? Like 3. Woohoo! Yeah, I thought it'd drop off. Most people are in bed now. Nine, though, that's a good number. That's a good number of people watching away. Thank you, viewers. I'll have to see if my desperate repair attempts on that connector have done the job. Should have done. I'm going to try putting it in right now, actually, now that I've secured the board. You're in bed. Nice. Don't blame you. Do not blame you. Oh yeah, I can already feel that's a much better socket. I can already feel that, that's good. Let's just slide the cable in now. Is that all the way in? Or has that got... I think it's still got flux in there. Yeah, I think there's still a little bit of flux in that. That's okay. Let's get a brush in there. Tell you what, man, I'm waning here. I'm getting like tired. But I want it done. I want this done. I will not go gently into this night. Huh. Just looking at the DC boost converter there. DC boost. We've got a coil there. I do like the size of all, like the miniaturization on the Switch is quite impressive. So we've got a DC boost. We've got a coil. Caps. Presumably that looks like a filter as well. Some kind, or a cap. I'm just playing the identifying game now, just cause, you know, it's that time of night. Question, if I may, would you recommend one of the Air plus solder station things or separate units? I'd say separate units, and that's because it gives you some freedom to choose. You can choose whatever you like that way. Oftentimes the combined units, particularly if they're cheaper ones, are kind of crap. Like, I wouldn't recommend them. But it depends on your budget, because sometimes those cheaper 2-in-1s, they can be good for the money. So it comes down to your budget and so on, right? I don't even know if this is in enough. It doesn't feel like it wants to go any further. I think that's in. Is it? I don't know. Doesn't look right. Hey, Sean. Retro repair these nuts. Yeah, I can do that for you. That'll be $5,000, please. I'll take cash, check, or banker's order. You pick. If you don't pay me within 6 seconds, you lose those nuts, dude. Yeah, lose them. That's it, your nuts are gone, I didn't get payment. Right. I'm genuinely not sure if that cable's seated right. I think it is. Guess we'll find out. Anything could happen in the next half an hour. Or like 2 minutes. Let's just get it enough to switch it on. And get a backlight. Oh my god, there's even flux in here. Jeez. Foo. Thought I cleaned it all. Mothers. Mother trucker. Right, let's get the bristles in real good. I guess the flux has been on a migratory path. That should be enough. I'm not convinced about that, but we'll see. Backlight is here, so let's plug that in. And that will allow the screen to light up. I think this is needed. I think this is needed for the digitizer, so let's just plug it in anyway. There we go. I don't care about the speakers right now. I don't care about the Joy-Cons. Let's just see if we can get anything. Have I been doing it for a long time? Maybe a year or two. Roughly. Why aren't you turning on? Don't think it needs the fan plugged in, but maybe it does. Maybe it won't turn on without the fan. I can't remember now. It's been a while since I've done one of these. Or maybe that is just still a bit mucky and is not making proper contact, and thus it's not switching on. So let's find out. Let's give it a good clean. But yeah, in answer to your question, maybe a couple of years now, Jessica, roughly. Something like that. It's not super long. Long enough, I guess. So my theory is the flux inside that connector is just a little bit too much and is either preventing the cable from making proper contact, or I don't know. I think that's probably it. There we go. Looking, I think, potentially better. Let's get those bristles in good. I think that's done it. Hooey! Right. Right. Yeah, I actually stayed up all night the other day. I was chatting with David, Computer Buddha, and we were going over his Amiga 2000. That was quite a fun night. We figured out that it was the DRAM that was going bad. Come on, in you go. In you go. There. Hey, Sean, if you're still watching now, you're still into your... You used to be really big into your math. Are you still into that? You're not tired yet, mate? No, I'm a Terminator, man. I never stop. I don't need sleep. I just wait. Let's just tack this in with a screw. Right, the Joy-Cons are definitely not needed to power on. Speakers definitely aren't. And everything else I believe is plugged in, so hopefully this will switch on now. Oh, idiot! I didn't put the thing in. I found my problem. I found my problem. Of course, it ain't gonna boot without the eMMC module. It's just got. I can tell I'm tired. Okay, it's got backlight. The backlight's on. I can see that. No display still. And the backlight's off again. And the fan's not spinning up. What? Oh, you're joking. Probably that connector not in all the way. All right. So we got no fan spin again. Processor's a bit warm, so that's running. What is going on, Switch? I don't know if you can see the lights on, like the backlight. I can see it. So the backlight's running. There's no fan spin when there should be. We've got... Oh, now we've got fan spin. Oh, it's probably because it wasn't hot enough. Okay, that makes sense. It's either the connector or I've done something to the LCD, but I don't think I did. I gotta think. The most likely culprit, in my opinion, is in fact that LCD socket, which is soldered in just fine. Like, that's perfectly well soldered. So that's probably not the issue. The soldering won't be the issue. So that leaves the LCD itself. The cable, or maybe the socket. So let's clean off the cable. Oh. I'm going to plug the speakers in a minute and just see if we hear the system boot. We should do, actually, when I get those plugged back in. But my thinking is either the LCD's gone now, which would be equally annoying because that would be 2 in 1 evening. At least I have spares for the Switch though, so that's not too bad. Or oh yeah, I don't know what else it could be, but I'm pretty sure the Switch itself is fine. So let's find out. Let's get this back in now. Hopefully it behaves. Hopefully we get a nice booting up Switch and we got nothing to worry about. I knew that was going to happen there. If I just take the the cart slot reader off again, I'll be able to slide it in. Oh, come on. Oh, I know. Let's try my other tweezers. That's so annoying. That is so annoying. I'm convinced it's just not in all the way. I think it is now, though. Plug a speaker in so we can hear it. Hear if it does anything. That's one. And this is number 2. That in yet, actually. There's a spudget. Once you bend, it doesn't work again. Come on, Switch. Oh, it's off. Come on. You can do it. We've got a backlight, you can probably can't see it very well, and then it turns off. I wonder if the battery's dying. Probably. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at this when I've got fresh eyes. Because if it's the LCD that's gone, I'll have to swap that out, which is easy enough. I've got spares. If it's not the LCD, it's the connector. And I'm pretty sure the battery's pretty much dead as well. In fact, we can test that super quick. We can just plug it in. Let's do that at least. Looks like the backlight just came on. Could even be that connector that I took off the other board isn't good, I don't know. Could be that. Could be that the pins inside that connector are short, and I've seen that happen before actually. I'm not sure. Have I got any new ones? Let's have a quick look. I'm not going to do it tonight, but I might have. Pretty sure I do actually. Let's have a look, ski. Filters, card readers. Yeah. I've got another donor one there if I need it off that board. I have new ones. Excellent. Yeah, it should, Dad, but I think what's happening... My theory is what's happening is this... either the LCD's gone bad as I switched it out, or this connector's gone bad and I've put a new connector in. And it's still not working, so either this connector's also bad, or the LCD was damaged when I removed it, but I was careful with it, so... Yeah, I was quite careful with it, so I don't think the LCD's been damaged, but it did stick. It did stick to the thing, and I wonder if when I did that and I removed it, maybe that did some damage, but I wouldn't have seen how. I don't know. I don't know. And it's easy enough for me to figure out. It's not a hard problem. Irritating, but not insurmountable or anything. Like I say, I've got spare LCDs knocking around and I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. But I'm going to call it quits for the night because it is nearly 5 o'clock in the morning and I've been at it since 10 PM, so I've been at it for about 7 hours now, and that's just to swap. That's just to do a simple screen swap. I mean, that's a full day's work for me. Yeah, you're right, I am knackered. I don't want to carry on now, because if I do, the more tired I am, the more likely I am to make more mistakes or something like that, you know. I mean, I don't think I've made a mistake with this. I really don't, but I don't know what's going on with it. I guess I could try one last thing. I could try reseating the eMMC. I don't think that's the problem, but you never know. It's a quick thing to look at. Let's have a look, ski. Wait. Pull that. Lift that. Pop it back down. That's snapped in nicely. Pop the battery back in. So we've got backlight, but no display. It's not conking out straight away though. Yeah, exactly, RB. Exactly. Exactly what I'm going to do. One quick test though. I'm going to pop that out. And what I'm going to do is pop this latch up. Like that. Pop the card reader. And what I'm going to do is just pull this cable out completely. Like that. And then I'm going to power it back on, and we should then at least hear something when it boots. because if it's shorting on something in there, which I have seen happen before, it won't boot, so let's find out. So we've got backlight. Still got backlight. We've still got backlight. So we've got sound and the digitizer's working, so okay. The switch is fine then. So that's good news. I think it might be the socket. I think it might be the socket. Yeah, what I'll do tomorrow is I'll whack another socket on then, because I think that's what it is. I think the socket itself that I took off the donor board is no good, but I do have some brand new ones. So I'll put one of these brand new ones on. I didn't realise I had those. So I'll stick one of them on. And that should hopefully bring it back, because I reckon there's probably just a short in the pins. That socket's soldered on perfectly, so it's not bad. So yeah. Should be easy enough. It's annoying that the first one was damaged. It really is. Unless it is the LCD. So I guess there's two components it could be. It could be the socket, could be the LCD. The first socket was definitely damaged. So I'm leaning toward the socket. So yeah, we'll see, I suppose. We'll see. But there we go, that's my thought process. There's nothing serious anyway, so that's good news. Anyway, on that bombshell, let's wrap it all up. Wish everybody a merry night. I'm going to look at what looks like an absolute bomb site now. I've got wires everywhere. Boxes. Anyway, I'm going to call it there. It's been fun. Hope everyone has a fantastic rest of the weekend anyway, and yeah, take care all, have a good one, and as always, bye for now.